G'day, you get dunce. How you doing, Orcus? How you doing, Sammy? Now, something awkward has happened. My overlay has not detected the camera. Which means I need to shut down the overlay and restart it. How was the concert? Concert was good. Concert was good. Is American English simplified because you don't use the letter U in words like color and armor, and because you remove S from a bunch of stuff. Why is the camera not being detected? Is this just going to be a no webcam day? Is the camera upset that I... Oh wait, no, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. No, I know exactly what it is. I know what the issue is. My webcam doesn't go through OBS. I don't use OBS for the cam. Where are we? Okay. That's what my issue was. That's what the issue was. Did that already export? Oh, it didn't. It takes longer than that. Okay, it did. Quit project list. Alright. Now I need to get my stuff back. OBS isn't updating with the window either because it's being boo. There we go. Now it's getting the webcam. Voila! It's fixed. Ah, it's amazing. Alright, back to this. Actually, I've still got to put up a post for those. Ah well, I'll do those in a minute. How are we? How are we? I got some more stuff set up for Stoke chat. G'day Razor, how are ya? Let me get this set up too. There we go. Pretty soon we'll be able to start migrating over to Stoke. Let's see, we got this. Got all this stuff set up. I just need to go through and finish off permissions and whatnot. We've got auto mod here. So you can do things like test or test poopy. Then it should Maybe it happens only up here. The hell's it doing? Test. Now I know you can do filter list, but that's not working either. That was working last night when I left. So this is why Stoat isn't active anymore. This is why Stoat isn't active yet. Because there's still things to work out. Still things to work out. How are you all? How was your night last night? Always meh combined with so-and-so. Gotta be honest, I don't think most other people are switching off of Discord, so I probably won't either. I'll just give them my data to be weeks later on. Oh well. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. Like, I'm not gonna force people to switch over, but I mean, that's just going to make you part of the problem. Because if people don't switch because they can't be bothered, then you're just going to you're the reason companies going to keep doing it. Because companies are going to go, well, look, people obviously don't care. So now every company can do it. So, what's up, Howling? How are you? Oh my god, I'm a queen. You know it. You know it. What do I do though? Switch. Then no one else switches and I'm left out of contact with everyone. I mean, if you switch, it's up to us to get people to switch. So if we can get the people that run the communities to set up a Stoat, then we can migrate to the Stoat. Yeah. So it's, again, Sammy, like your argument is for complacency. Your argument is to let it happen and not do anything about it. That's your argument. You're worried about being, like, you're worried, you're getting FOMO. You're like, oh my god, I'm gonna miss out on stuff, so I can't switch. It's not an argument, it's a concern. No, it's an argument. It's an excuse. Like, if people don't want to switch, that's fine. But it just means that the communities that do switch, you're just going to be left out of those communities. So it's like, do you get left out of the communities that are fine with it? Or do you get left out of the communities that actually migrate and are trying to send a message saying, no, this is not right? If I go to workshop, forecast was negative 28 degrees Celsius for the morning here. If I go to the workshop, somehow with the car, that is unlikely to start up, even if heated, I won't be able to come back. Since the miracle diesel car won't start up after sitting in the cold at the workshop with no power outlets. Ah, yeah. That was always the trouble with diesel cars, wasn't it? That was always the trouble with diesel cars. I might run both, but like that seems stupid. Do you have a Twitter and a Blue Sky? Or a Threads or a Mastodon? Or... You do not? Do you have a... Like, there's so many social media platforms out there these days. You've got to double up somewhere. you have a double up already. Like, you have no redundant social media? I doubt it. Since car trouble is not valid reason to skip unemployment workshop. That's true. That's true. What was I doing? I want to do delivery area. But yeah, so the issue with the mindset of, oh, no one else is going to do it, so I'm not going to do it. That is the mindset of, I'm just going to let companies do whatever they want to do and screw me, the consumer, over because everyone else is letting that happen. That's the whole thing. It's stuck on second. Let's see. I need to change this to be third. Bump that up. There we go. But yeah, I'm going to migrate over to Stoat. If everyone else wants to stay on Discord and end up with all of their community's personal information leaked, they can. But I'm not going to put people in my community at risk of having their personal information leaked just because Discord wants to track what everyone does online. And if that means the community is smaller, so be it. So be it. I've said it before, I'm not here to be a streamer or a huge community personality. I'm here to make games. That's my goal. So yeah, feel free to stay behind on Discord if you want, Sammy, but just means that you won't be in my Discord because it won't exist. And my Stoat will be sitting there waiting. What do we need to do? There's a delivery section here. So those are both minus. One of those should be plus. That's the problem with that. But yeah, I need to figure out 2FA stuff. I'm not trying to be contrarian or argumentative. I'm just trying to voice my concerns and make conversation. I know, but I don't think it's a valid concern. Because your concern of missing out on things, I don't think outweighs the concern of everyone being forced to give every company their a form of ID in 3 to 5 years' time. I don't think your concern outweighs that concern. And if... Wait, no cam. There should be a camera. There should be a camera. It says the camera's on, so interesting. Interesting. Maybe I've got... No, that's there. Like, that should be on. Like, if I toggle this, that should be on. But it's not. I'll not be giving my ID away. I'll just quit using such services and be sad and lonely if I cannot find some other place to socialize. Oh, that's why I'm setting up a stoat, Hilden. That's why I'm setting up a stoat, so that we can migrate over to that. And then I just delete the Discord, since I'm not going to be there to run it. If people move over, they move over. If they don't, they don't. Like, you've got to remember, Sammy, people aren't going to move their communities there unless the communities move there. You know? Like, I think I just don't think the concern is valid. I mean, I'm sure you've got friends that have Facebook that have an Instagram or a Snapchat or something like that, and you don't have that. Why is this not? Got that done. Let's stop this so that I can restart it. I just want to see if this works before I do a build. It says it's got the camera, but it's not displaying it. That texture is not being set to the webcam. Why not? Why is it not getting the camera feed? One thing I do need to set up with Stoat is the 2FA stuff. I may have to set up 2FA on a server and have that whenever someone wants to. Actually, what's going on with that? Why is this broken? We didn't change anything with that. And the only thing we did was turn that off so that when we were testing the other day, it was fine. God damn it. God damn it. Get diff. Yeah, nothing there's changed. That up. It's never setting... It's never setting the actual... It's never setting the sprite. Like, it's never setting this. So that's set to a viewport texture. But you're never updating with the camera. It is a camera texture. Why? Why are you not working today, you absolute piece of shit? Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that right now. What the feck? It doesn't display any of them. You set to a camera texture. No, you're not. You're set to a viewport texture. So why is projection being given a camera texture? Ow. This doesn't make any sense. We've only got one projection. Camera material. Camera material. Interesting. Very interesting. Nowhere is overriding it. Nowhere is changing this. So why would that not update? Well, they're not like we will use AI to scan all users' activity to determine their age. Yes, that's correct, Hilden. That is correct. That is what Discord is going to do. They might already be doing it, to be honest. Forget what I heard about it. 234 is set to false. 234 is set to true. Hang on. What? That didn't make sense to me just then. Why is everything else working except the camera? And why is all that I found about it? Crossword stuff, like exactly. It's Stoat. S-T-O-A-T. Stoat chat, not stout chat. Stout is a beer. A stout is a type of beer. I don't understand what's happening. I don't understand why this is broken. Why are you a camera texture? Why are you being assigned camera texture? You should be a viewport. Fuck off. God damn it. Godot really needs to fix their Wayland implementation. This is just stupid at this point. Where is it? There's no view. Sub-view portal. Viewport texture. VT is null. Is the viewport not displaying any? What? The fuck are you on about? That makes no sense. So you are set to a viewport texture. Git diff. Just toggle view. That's all fine. None of that is changing anything. Oh my god. Yes, it is, Bucky. If the cam was fixed, then the camera would be displaying. So clearly this is still trying to fix the cam. I just can't see why it's not working. I wonder if there's some dickery that 4.5 has done. Because I don't think I've done a build of this since 4.4. So that sets the feed ID. Camera feed's already active. Why do it be broken? I'm not going to do that initial because I don't see the point in getting it, like setting up the camera through another application because that doesn't fix this issue. So it doesn't, it's not a solution. And I'm not a fan of temporary solutions. This just handles positioning. It's a new build, Sammy. So I haven't built this app, like the overlay, for a while. I think the last time I built it was on Godot 4.4. So I'm thinking there's something weird that this is broken. Because it's not even displaying the BRB, so it's got nothing to do with the camera, and it's got to do with this sub-viewport setup. Because for some reason, this is being changed to be a camera texture. So the only thing we do is toggled connect, toggle projection effect. That's the only thing that happens with that. Nothing else is setting projection texture or anything like that. It's a full rectangle. It's got a transparent background. That's all fine. Why is this sub-viewport not doing what it should? Why? Why does it have to be shit today? What up, Dex? Like someone didn't pre-test and prep test and pre-prep test the new build. I mean, since nothing changed, I shouldn't have to test it. Like, everything else still works. It's just something is changing this fucking texture to something that it shouldn't be. Why are you set to be a camera texture? Nothing's telling you to be a camera texture, you dumb shit. Oh my god, I can't be fucked with this today. Just do what you're told. Even if I change this, to be a viewport texture, it doesn't change it. If I clear it, So that's it there. Oh, why does stuff have to be so shit? You, by default, are a viewport texture. What is setting you to be something that you're not? Nothing in here is doing it. But even if I manually set it when it's running, it just throws an error. Like, again, why are you a cam texture? Also, why do you say that you're a control and no sprout? Because it's a hollow projection. Yep. So it's saying the texture is this sub viewport. For some reason, I doubt that. And the fact that it doesn't display the BRB either, even though that, if you're, like, what? If you actually are using this, then why doesn't it change to BRB? Which is just a regular texture. Why? You'll need mods for the stoat, unless you plan to somehow be active every day there, since the rules require reporting forbidden content ideally within 24 hours. I am going to have more mods for stoat. I've also got an auto mod set up, and I am generally on there every day. Like, I'm always in the Discord looking and making sure. Rather harsh requirement for people who got other things in life than the platform. Might be away for a couple of days. That's just for servers found on Discover. Come on, just skip being on Discover. Yeah, so you can like, for you to be on Discover, like your server to be on Discover, you've got to actually submit to them for it to go on there. My server's just going to be a private server though that you can only join via invite, and that invite will be what appears on my Twitch and all that stuff. Does anyone have any idea what's happening with this? Because it's not making any sense to me. Maybe this has changed. Maybe that's the problem. That still wouldn't explain why it doesn't switch to BRB. It doesn't explain that. But that's correct. Oh my. It's not even 8 AM and I already want to drink. You sure OBS didn't open the camera in exclusive mode? Maybe Overlay can't open it now. The OBS doesn't have a camera setup. So I am certain that OBS is not using the camera. It would be outputting a different error too. Like it would be outputting an error in here saying that it can't access the camera. If that was the case. It's got nothing to do with OBS. It's got everything to do with the overlay. Okay? So, Godot solutions only. Every other solution's going to be meaningless. So it is being set to that. Got the correct size. But you say that you're not active. How? How are you saying that you're not active when I literally get the camera texture and then I tweak that? What up, Zakua? How you doing? So we know that that's being set correctly. We know it's getting the camera feed, because if it wasn't getting the camera feed, it wouldn't have been printing out the things we have down here. Good, how about you? I'm annoyed and frustrated at the moment, Zakua, because my overlay has decided to be an absolute cunt this morning. So, that's what I'm dealing with. There doesn't seem to be any logical reason for it happening, because I cannot see anything that is changing these values. Um, that's all set up stuff. That's got nothing to do with it. Wheels got nothing to do with it. Checkbox and chat have nothing to do with it. Let's see. Go for maybe something's changed with the camera texture in 4.5. Nope, that all looks the same. It's all correct. Feed is active. If true, the feed is active. Transform applied to the camera's image. Don't care about any of that stuff. We set the formats, that's fine. So nothing has changed with the camera. We get the feed index. And I know that it's accessing the camera. I know it's accessing the camera because the lights on my camera light up. So the lights on the camera light up. It's just not displaying it. I don't want to deal with this today. It's all credit stuff we don't need to worry about. A minimal example project isn't going to assist. Nothing's been updated, don't worry. Minimal get camera on texture. That's already what I'm doing. Okay, so yeah, we've got the cam texture here. This camera texture is this one. This one right here, which is the camera texture. Yeah. And then we get the feed. Alright. We activate it. We activate it and set the format. You have to have it false here first so that you can set the format, and then you've got to activate it again, and then we tell the camera texture that its feed ID is this. Okay, so maybe for whatever reason, that's no longer setting to 1. Maybe for some reason it's now giving it some sort of random generated ID. No. It's still, like, this still says the camera active is false. And I can't turn it on. Wonder if this is some new Wayland security measure. And I don't know why this is being set to camera texture. Our cam texture, that's just a member of the script. That's all that is. That's that sub viewport under projection, which is that one. The script is added to the node. Again, I'm going to remind you, nothing has changed in my code with this stuff. Nothing has changed on the nodes with this stuff. So, just assume that everything should be working, okay? I'm not on 4.6, I'm on 4.5. So anything changed in 4.6 is not going to be the issue. Just so that everyone's on the same page and we're all working on the same. Our camera is active. Convenience property that gives access to the active property of the camera feed. Because if I get rid of that, it's going to cause an error, I believe. I can't imagine that it would be a Wayland issue or a kernel issue, because it's been like a week and a half since I've updated that stuff, and if it was to do with the system level thing, it would have stopped working for the previous build as well. And it does, like, it still doesn't explain why it's not showing the BRB. So it's something Godot related, because right now, this should be displaying BRB, but it's not. So it's not a camera thing per se. It's something to do with the Sprite 3D displaying the sub viewport. But there's nothing that's changing it. Like, this toggles the BRB, this toggles the camera. That's just doing some shade material stuff. I wonder. Would avoiding the camera feed ID help? No, because as we just outlined, it's not the camera feed itself. Because it's not displaying the BRB either. So it's like if I switch this, it still doesn't display the BRB, so it's got nothing to do with the camera feed. Alright. What 4.5 features made me want to upgrade? I forget. There was a 4.5 feature that I upgraded because of for my game, the Bobble Shop Sim. So long ago now that I can't even remember. So that is the projection. Why is it not displaying the BRB image? Why is it not displaying that? Like this still just... Wonder if there's something in here that's broken. It's the wheel shader. I haven't touched this in ages. None of this has changed at all. G'day, Nathir. How you doing? It's greater than 0. Multiplied by that. Maybe that. But we're not using pixel size anywhere. I haven't Hilden, but that's not gonna help us with this. We know it's getting the camera feed. We know it's not an issue with the camera itself. It's an issue with the sprite 3D, displaying the sub viewport texture. Alright. We just threw everything away, including his PC, and started over. I mean, if you want to give me like $10,000 so that I can do that, then sure. I will more than happily do that. I'll get myself a new PC, we'll start from scratch and go from there. I'm down for that. I mean, better yet, instead of renaming the .godot folder, what if I just delete it? Can you fucking stay there? Now we wait. Okay. This here, that's the bottom. Let's see. Hopefully. I don't think it's going to do anything, though. No. Hasn't done anything. It still isn't displaying that either. So yeah, it's got nothing to do with... Nothing to do with the camera feed, nothing to do with the cached files. Nowhere is changing projection. Hmm. That is bizarre. Yeah. I know. Like, all of this stuff still works. BRB is just a regular image. Camera feed is my web camera. So again, it's got nothing to do. Wait, it's got nothing to do with the BRB or the camera. It's got everything to do with this sub viewport, I think. I want the sub viewport to handle input. I can fuck off. I'm just going to go through this remote. Why? Why? Those switch. That's just the desk. The rest of it. Door on one. Everything else is moved to a different layer. This isn't making any sense. Render target clear mode always. Render target update mode when visible. Already got that. Already got that, Hadouken. Have your project tools upgrade project files. I don't think I need to do that because we've already tried removing the .godot and having it regenerate. So that's not going to be a thing, but we'll see what happens. Maybe it does something extra that completely regenerating the .godot file doesn't do. Now Godot's just crashed, so that obviously doesn't help. Jeez. Edit normally. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. This is why you back up your projects, Hilden. I'm gonna test something. So I've stashed the changes. How do you restore a stash? Git stash apply. Cool. Alright, we're on a clean branch. All of the changes we've done over the last couple of weeks are on a separate branch. Projection code is all still as it was. Quit to project list. Pop this open. And then... So if it works here, then we know it's something to do with our change. Okay, so it's working here. So something in the other branch has broken it. What has broken it? I've got no freaking idea. This doesn't help though, because I don't know what's broken it. Well, no, Hadouken, because all I've done is delete, like, gotten rid of all of the changes that we've done. So the issue lies with something that we have altered, but God knows what the frick that is. I can't see anything. All of this is the same. That displays the BRB. And that displays me. That gets rid of that. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. Nothing has changed. You're still on layer 4. I don't see any reason. You can see it, this is the exact same. The only difference is I had this updated. Now I've got to redo that stuff. Now we can start the stream. No, we can't. Because this hasn't fixed the issue. The issue still exists. You can't just delete all of the work that you've done over the last 2 weeks and been like, cool, bug's gone. That's not what happens. That's not how things work. What up, Evinity? I don't know why I keep struggling with your name. So this is wheel. Hang on. Okay, we're still on main. What's it? Saying all of this stuff is changed. They're not changed. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, just go away. So this is the only difference is the toggle camera stuff, but that's fine. No, not Bobble Shop Sim yet. So now we need to find a difference. Now we need to find a difference between main and wheel that's causing this break. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad my frustration is entertaining people at least. That's why I do it. That's why I stream it. So that people can be like, huh, someone else that's annoyed and it's not me for once. At least the issue's terminated. It's not. Okay, so. We have to apply everything one at a time. Oh, would you fuck off? I don't just stop popping up that shit has changed on disk. Just assume that what's on disk is what I want you to use. Jeez. Stop telling me every 2 seconds. What up, Vile? Kinda hate how every small streamer has a huge notification with effects for follows. Okay. I don't... Do you expect that to change anything? Okay, so the camera's still there, which is good. Okay. That's still there. What we need to do now is... under general, we've got BRB, which we can move up to there. These two, I'm going to make part of a button group. Let's see. Now if we... Well, I managed to break it somehow. Allow unpress. Maybe that's what the issue was. Oh, actually. Yeah, by default it's off. which under here, have you off by default. Pop this open. Do this. Are you telling me now BRB's not? Now BRB's not displaying. What the f... Oh my god. Going to snap. Why is projection off? Why is projection off? I wish I could just lurk and remain undetected if I want to. Click the follow button because I just want to add the channel to my follow list. Imagine if you entered a room. An loud sound was playing, a spotlight was put on you. So, Vile, if you paid attention, you would have noticed that for follows, I don't say who followed. I just say that someone has followed. And thank whoever it was for the follow. So you can follow without the spotlight being on you here. No spotlight at all. Now that's turning off the projection. So why is that happening now? Let's see. Toggle camera is used here. No. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. Might need to measure if I got fever. Maybe. Many streamers got those turned on. Or says that are on because people make TOS breaking names. Just so it pops up on stream and maybe that streamer accidentally reads that out. Yeah, and that's also why I don't have TTS read out names of users because of TOS issues. But yeah, like, there are channels that don't announce who it is that follows. They just say that someone followed. And the reason why small streams and, like, do the, hey, thanks for the follow kind of thing is just to help with community growth sort of thing. Let people know, hey, we see you and we thank you. Don't you worry. But yeah, there are streams where they put the name on there. And that was actually something that I was reading because I used to have the name. I used to have the name every time someone followed saying, hey, this person followed, thank you. And then I was reading stuff on Reddit and there were people, like it was a what's your number one turn off for a stream. And there were people that were saying, when they announce that I have followed, I don't want my name on screen. I don't want people to announce that I'm following. I just want to lurk. And when I read that, I was like, well, I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to have anonymous follows in that case. So yeah, that was one of the things that I paid attention to when I was doing some research there. That should be good now. What up, Dan? How you doing, you good dunce? Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I've been fixing my overlay that's been broken for too long. Finished my lap invalidation logic. Hang on. Dangio. Dan does game dev and Dangio. Are you the same people? Okay, so that's working. It's almost like my second channel for just game dev stuff. Okay. So this is doing its thing now. If I go to the left, I'm down here. If I go to the right, I'm over there. Cool. We're just going to use that for now. And I'll try to figure out what the issue is another time. Actually, I need to... Okay. Alright, now we can finally get on to actual game dev stuff. Time trial game mode is now feature complete in its core mechanics. Nice. Alright. Frickin' hell. So there's something broken in... the branch that we're doing all the wheel stuff in. But I got no idea what. I don't know what's broken. I'm gonna have to dig into that during my 5 hours off the Savo. Yeah, the chat will be up in the top right. That's just where it's gonna be for now. Alright, I need to test this change. Okie dokie. Okada dokada. Okay. So what we're going to do... We're going to update this. To be that. Can Twitch remove this? Twitch should remove all the Roblox stuff, in my opinion. Twitch should not be associated with Roblox if Twitch does not want to be seen as a platform that is perfectly fine with certain types of assault. Sweet. What was the other thing I wanted to do? There was something else I needed to do. That's what we need to do. Buildings. Streets. They're saying Gilded is not a valid Discord alternative. If you have a look at Gilded, no, that's not it. This thing. Well, that's no longer available. What the hell is it? Oh, it's very... it was bought by Roblox, wasn't it? Gilded was bought by Roblox. Yeah. Yeah, very much not something we can switch to. The reason why I'm setting these up gonna make it look a lot better. Hydrate. Like, I have seen... Let me ask you this. Does anyone here even care about voice chat in something like a Discord? You use it, but do you care? Like, are there not alternatives that you would use? G'day, Julian. You're currently in a VC. But are you in that VC just because it's there, or is there another VC that you would use if it wasn't there? So, like, for gaming purposes, would you use would you just use the in-game voice chat if Discord voice chat wasn't there? That's just getting super silly. Move to Stoat for text chat, move to TeamSpeak VCs. It was going to be part of the problem then. No, that's not what I'm saying, Sammy. Because Stoat has voice chat. Like, Stoat has voice chat. You don't need to worry about that. The voice chat is the main thing for many after stream chat and random chats with the regulars. I'm in a Discord server that's basically mostly just for VCs. I've never used in-game voice chats. Never used in-game voice chats. Ever. I find that hard to believe. I rarely use them. People are toxic AF. Now, you see, you're talking about you're talking about like Battlefield, Call of Duty type voice chats, okay? Whereas if you have a Borderlands style voice chat where it's just whoever you're playing with, like Overwatch or Rocket League, yeah, like all of these are playing with random people. With something like Borderlands, you generally play that with a friend or something, yeah. All people I know IRL do not use in-game voice chat. Everyone is in Discord for everything. Okay. Because I was just wondering, I saw Zed, ZA Shaw setting up something for their Discord alternative. And they were just pointing out, like, no one, like, they're not setting it up for people to have voice chats and stuff. Like, they don't have the Discord there for that. They have it set up for people to ask questions and for people to discuss topics, but not do like voice chats and that kind of stuff. Like, that's not what he's got his community set up for. So he started setting up just like an IRC server that he can have for people to ask questions and discuss topics and not worry about the voice chat stuff. And I was like, that's actually a good point. If the community doesn't need voice chat, is there a reason for even using something that has voice chat? So that's why I wanted to see. I wanted to see if people here would even care about voice chat not existing. What's happening with Discord? I heard something about people leaving. So Discord is going to be training their AIs on your data, and they're going to be using it to determine if someone is an adult or not. And then they're also going to require people that they're unable to confirm are adults to provide ID and or facial scans. So I'm moving things out of Discord just because I'm not going to subject my community to that, especially when Discord has proven they cannot be trusted with personal information. Need a whole ass AI for that. Yes. Well, that's their reason for saying they need an AI for it, Tivo. It's all being done under the guise of... Yeah. So... Yeah, exactly. And I'm not pushing for that. What are we moving to? I'm setting up Stoat at the moment. Can we analyze everything you said? There. I'm setting up a Stoat server. When it's ready, I will start migrating over. So, Stoat chat app. So this is the web-based version of it. Yeah. So this is it.
Stoats
Bobble
are
Shop
very
Simulator
cute
stuff.
animals.
You got the general stuff. You got the announcements. You got the rules. Yeah. It's... I don't know what Stoat was. I mean the word. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's all it... That's all. Discord thing makes the memes make sense.
Do we trust Stoat with our info?
They're as trustworthy as Godot was. Oh, sorry, they're as trustworthy as Discord was, I should say.
Trustworthy before the data breaches, or after?
That's true. Oh, look at that. This is my game. What about NZ? Whoops. Whoopsies. Oopsie doopsie. I'm gonna slowly corner you. Yeah! Look at that, there's a brilliant move in there. GG, Chica. Cheater. How am I a cheater? Whooped. Did you see that bishop move? Did you see? Look at that. Look at that for a brilliant. Look at that. Opens that up. Yeah. That's how you get the upper hand. GG, Chica. Very good game. Very good game indeed. Okay, so with that, what we have now why is that not spawning on both? Ah, that's why. That's why. Low battery guy, say something if you're not a bot. Okay, so with that change there, now we'll be able to run this. Beep boop. Boop it a bop. Yeah. So that's gonna be an issue now. Okie dokie. That's how they all walk out there. It's because it's working based off their... well position. We set it up to have the markers, and you got the targets. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. No, you've got 4. I'm gonna get rid of that one. I love this. I only found out about this the other day. So what you do, you select your nodes, you right click rename, and then you change it, and they all update. I can't believe I didn't know Godot had a mass update, a mass rename. It took me so long to actually figure out that existed. Alright, so... You're going to go down there. Actually, you know what? You're going to be 2. You'll be 3. You'll be... No, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I've forgotten that the mass update things exist. Ask for my own personal ISCO from Discord to take up to 30 days. What's up with that? Especially if I want my private messages to... What? God damn. That's a very long time. It's common for shop sims to have price setting dialogue box with markets +10, -10 round buttons. I saw today game roadside research and it also had these buttons, just like in your game. Yes. That's generally what they have because it allows you to quickly add and remove pricing. So, yeah. We got ads playing, which I only just realized. So, banner, flag, colors, and Parliament? No. G'day Cam, how you doing? Hopefully your day's been going better than my morning. What do you got? Dark, Sync, Camel, Pure, Parliament, Standard. Huh. Wayne, Kent, Salem Stark, Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, Tony Stark, Salem. What hero has the last name? What hero's personality has the last name Salem? Banner. Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner. Nice. Nah, all wrong. All wrong. Not even one away. What do I do to be forgiven? I don't know, redeem late? I don't know. Is late broken? It's probably broken. Alright. There we go. Late is now there. I have a feeling those three go together. And it's... I don't know. One away. Flag, banner, colors. These are all things to to identify that you are on a team. Utter sheer, stark, pure. Okay, yep. That'll work. Downright. Colors, banner, flag. Oh, no. I have no idea. What was it? Banner, colors, flag, standard. Pennant. Cigarette brands. Headphones of... or homophones of way to get similar. Wayne, sync, reseed, listen. Fucking stupid. Oh god. Start marker plus, actually, Randef range. Zero if start marker greater than 2, else 3, and 2 if start marker greater than 2, else 5. End marker. Alright. So the target is going to be the end marker. Target plus -1, +1 on the X. 12, 15. This is going to be around 1. Or 5. Target position. And 4, 5. That should work. -1 or at mark 3D. -1. Yep. Drop these in here. That's right, we still need to come up with a brand name for the company that makes the bobbleheads. Still need to come up with that. Okay. We were just distinct Blanco flops. No, I want it to be a tech company. Because, like, this company is going to appear in all of my games that I make. Nintendo. Now, someone recommended one previously, which was good, but I've forgotten it. So, like, in Portal, you've got Aperture. In Better Off Ted, you've got Viridian. Stuff like that. Yeah. I want something like that that just sounds generic, but it also sounds like what could be some sort of powerful corporation. Where's next? There you go. Cool. I like them spawning from these doorways. I really like them spawning from these doorways and going into the doorways too. Micro slop. We'll call it. What's a synonym for co-pilot? Just pilot. Just name it second in command pilot. Nah. No. They cannot claim the infringe on their trademark, or they agree they are microslop. Oh god. No, what we'll do, in a future game, we will have nanobots that are controlled by AI, but they keep failing. Like, they're terrible. And you just end up with a goo that's not doing anything because the AI is broken. So people start referring to that as microslop because they're nanobots and it's like slop. Bam! Jab at Microsoft and working something into a future game. Those things are done. Oops. Updated spawn points for NPCs. And delivery area drop points. One thing I do actually need to update as well is the employee, because the employee's doing the same thing. Take this. Get rid of that. Pop that there. One thing that I was thinking was calling it something like Opal Technologies or something. Or I don't know. No, like the what do you call it? That thing. Is in that. Like that kind of thing. But like obviously it's just a name, so it's not like representing. It's not like, oh, the company's named after this thing, you know. I also need to update the NPC. Let's close those. Go in here. That sets up the nav. And that remembers the context and the exit targets. And if we go employee, we want to have a look at when they're fired, where do they go? Gets the exit pause of context. But where do we set the exit pause for you? Oh, under the ready. Actually, the exit pause. Oops. I want the exit pause to just be their spawn pause. Exit pause. So that way they go back to the same position as where they spawned from. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was exit pause, wasn't it? Yeah. Cool. Oops. Let's make sure the employee still works. Christ, you spawned quickly, didn't you? There he is. So he spawned from that door. Now if we go in here, we go fire. Invalid access property or key global position or base object type vector 3. Employee action. Work unassigned 28. 28. You don't need global position. You are the vector 3. Actually, the target position. Okay, yeah, I see. I can get rid of that. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're fantastic, Gaduntical. Hope you're having a great day. Also, Mike, how you doing? Welcome in. How's your morning been? Oh. My hearing is still a bit dull from the concert last night. I think when I go to Baby Metal, I'm gonna have to buy some like earplugs. So started looking at networking Godot yesterday. Nice. Gonna be making a multiplayer game, are we? Should always wear earplugs. Hearing is one of the things you can never get back. For now. Or now. Don't worry. There are there are scientists out there right now working on carbon nanotube implants to replace the hairs that help with hearing and stuff like that. Don't you worry. Give it 10 years and hearing loss will be cured. Thinking of prototyping an FP co-op game, or at least a system. Yeah, smart. Smart. Wait for customer. To check out. But if they're fired, so they only they're only fired if they're unassigned. So fired goes behavior tree fired. Work unassigned. There isn't too much out there on setting up networking. Some complete examples to follow are most 2D based. Yeah. Don't want to do dedicated server system and more peer-to-peer. Yeah. That makes sense. Working out or thinking of doing raw Godot version, then adding Steam. Looks like it's easier to do Steam from the start. Want to do a system that could add either Steam or EOS. So you would have to build a middle layer. You'd basically build an abstraction on top that would handle communicating with Steam or EOS. And then the user can drop in whichever one they wanted and use that. And they use your thing to communicate. That's how we did it in Unreal. Yeah. That's how we did it with a lot of sports statistics stuff. Abstract a bunch away. Okay, so somewhere under, I think it's game state, as NPC fired. Destroy employee. Okay, and then that calls employee fired. So under here we set it to fired. And we want to go... work assigned. Data assigned. Data work none. We do that. That will then trigger work assigned emit. If they're already unassigned, then it doesn't do anything. What it does goes context remove false. Then we erase remove. So if remove, erase remove. Set work change to true. The nav agent target position is global position. And the sale counter is set to null. We trigger all that out. So, fingers crossed. I need to stop that from happening. So there you are. Now if I fire you, you just immediately disappear. Okay. Huh. Context fired, and employee nav agent target position. Get exit pause. If it's not, then what we do, we can take this, pop it under here, or if it is equal to exit pause, so we do that. That'll work. That'll work nicely. The more and more I play with systems and components, the more and more add-ons are being used for them, which is good, but have some issues with add-ons at present, which I think I need to address. What do you mean you're using more and more add-ons? Like more and more third-party add-ons or your own custom add-ons? Yeah, cool. It's despawning correctly now. Oh, actually, not those two. Those two. There we are. So 0 to 1 or 2 to 3. Cool. There's something you may find doing the systems things you want to do. Also adding checks and assert calls to my components and systems. So that's the thing, Mike. I'm not going to make anything that's a component or anything like that in my systems. The systems I'm making are going to be purely data driven. They're not going to interact with nodes or objects or collision shapes or anything like that. Not dealing with any of that. So the inventory system, that's going to have a resource which will, like, there'll be a data object, like a data structure in there, which will be an inventory container that will hold an array of item data structures, and those are going to be generic structures that are just they get defined by whatever game engine I want to do. So I can have a game where I have your basic items that, like, your consumables, and that's it, sort of thing. Or I can have more complex objects defined in the game, like more complex items defined in the game that have durability and all this kind of stuff. Because the durability and things like that don't need to be handled by the inventory item structure. Yeah. So that inventory controller is just going to go, you want to interact with this inventory, or you want to, like this is the player's inventory. The player wants to interact with this inventory. Doesn't matter if it's NPC or whatnot. Check if we're allowed to trade, which can be done at the game level stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it's just basically going to be for moving around that data. It's not going to be controlling the game logic, because that changes from game to game. I'll drop something I've got. You might find it interesting. Maybe. Like, feel free to send it through. Like, I'm going to be making everything myself. Just because that's going to teach me a bunch of C++ by making it all myself. Yeah. What was I doing? I was updating those. Yeah, so we update those. So now we've only got the 4. We don't need to worry about them spawning around the side there. So the sidewalk. No, I don't need you anymore. Got rid of that. So how is the sidewalk baking down there? Because it's using static colliders. There is a collider there. Oh, whoops. That's about right. Wonder if... Like, what's this collider? Because this is only using static colliders. But I can't see... I'm the same. I want to do it along as well and learn. That's why I don't like third-party plugins. I don't like third-party plugins because you don't know how long they're going to be maintained for. Like, there's no guarantee that it's going to be around forever. And when it's gone, if you don't know how to do it and there's no other alternative, you're kind of stuck, aren't you? What is this? How is it baking down here? What's this collider? It's you. There we go. Beautiful. Now we don't need to worry about the corner navigations or anything like that. That is going to improve NPC spawning and disappearing. So you're not going to have NPCs taking forever to get around this corner and down here to despawn. They're going to get to like here or here or here or here to despawn. And then a new NPC spawns. So it's going to make it look and feel a lot busier. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Good stuff. Off to work. Your job's over there. What are you doing? Nice. I'm liking it. Then the other thing we want to do is if game state, if there's no game in progress, we just return out. And then I'm going to test out hiring the NPC. Test out having them do things. Like have them work. Cashier, please. And the store is open. Open for busyness. Cool. He's been fired. He leaves. Excellent. Excellent. Check out demo. So that's gonna be our final demo. Justice for Rob Burr. We haven't even hired Rob Burr yet. What are you talking about? Okay. Beautiful. Export. So I'll put this up this afternoon so we have a new demo and playtest build. I'll probably stop the playtest after this weekend. All right. Playtest ends after this weekend, and we move to release the demo for Steam Next Fest. Very nice. Now, what's the first thing we want to do? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic good done to you. Make sure to tell people. Go up to them and say, "G'day. I'm a Gadunt." Yep. That's what you need to do. It's very important. Very, very important. Which reminds me, actually, I want to check if this has been fixed. I think that was it. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so it still isn't tracking. Still isn't tracking follows for some reason. I don't know why. No idea why. What's the first thing that we work on for our full game? Selling furniture. So if you have excess furniture that you want to get rid of, you can just sell it. How can that work? We got modeling updates. Ads, billboards, textures. First one's good. Add a resume game button to the pause menu. So that's the thing. With this, like, to do that, order, load this. So I would need to fit it into this list. I'd need to fit it into this list of buttons here. Which means I need these buttons to be compressed. Like, they need to be shorter. Because I imagine it would be like the top one there. Get rid of new game. Well, no, if I get rid of new game, Mike, how do they start a new game? If they are already in a game, how do they start a new game? Users should go to exit back to main to start new game. This is main. So, Mike, I don't have a completely separate main menu, completely separate from the rest of the game. Okay? My main menu is in-game. No, I don't have a different pause menu or anything like that. The only difference between the main menu and the pause menu is that load game appears if you're in a game. That's the only difference. Quit will close the game. Why not do the same? And if in game, new game is resume. Because again, Mike, if they are if they load a game and then they want to start a new game, how do they do that if new game just resumes the current game? They need a way to be able to start a new game if they want to, but also resume the current game. Because currently, to resume the game, you just press escape. It goes back. Yeah. Don't you have a state for in-game or not game not started? I do, Mike, but you're not listening. So, you load a game. I'm currently in the middle of a game. Okay? I'm in the middle of a game. I press escape. I go to the pause menu. Okay. If all that button does is take me back into this game, then my question to you is, how does the player start a new game from inside an in-progress game? Want to put a note or label on there that says press escape to resume game? That's relying on people to see it. I don't think people would see it. Like, their focus is gonna be here. I could put a label here, or a label here, or a label here. But then it doesn't look nice. Yeah. And if I have it off to the side or something, then it's like, it's not in where the focus of their vision is. So there's no guarantee they're going to see it. And if I put it somewhere here, then it's going to look odd in the layout of the tablet. Yeah. So, like, I can just shorten the button. I can just shorten the buttons and add a new one in there. One thing I am thinking, load game takes you here. Right? In game, we have load game and save game. What if I combine load game and save game into a load save button? So if you click on the load save button, it brings up the same window. And then you can choose if you want to save over that. No. No, that becomes... No, I don't like that. I don't like that. That becomes too dangerous for the player. Because that makes it too easy for the player to overwrite an existing save. It makes it way too easy for that. Nah, I'm not going to move on to the next item and think about it. I'm going to work through what I want to have it as. Like, I don't understand the reasoning of, oh, don't worry about it now, just work on it later. I've never understood that reasoning. It's never made sense to me. What the hell is going on with this one? Because now we can't get up there. Good night, I love you. Good night, you good aunt. See, now I can't get those two. I don't like that. I don't like today's Akari. I don't like it. Okay, third person, single, not third person, not single player. Valorant. Okay, it's first person. It's got multiplayer. Counter-Strike 2. It's 2023 first person shooter tactical as multiplayer. It also has other stuff. What would that be? It's not Back for Blood. That was 2020. What up, Mojang? I'll move the language selection to the bottom left, and I would simplify it to a country flag and add a button in the top right to exit tablet menu, keep escape as hotkey for QRL. I disagree with changing the language to a country flag, because you have countries that, yeah, maybe there's a disagreement about what flag it should be. Yeah. For instance, Arabic. What flag do I have for Arabic? There's multiple countries that speak Arabic. First person 2023 tactical action. Oh, yeah. No. Shooter warfare action. I don't know what this game is. Why can I not think of a first-person multiplayer shooter from 2023? We know it's on PC. It's not Call of Duty, because that has a single-player campaign, right? We already know it's not Valorant. Overwatch 2 has first person and third person. Marvel Rivals has first person and third person. I don't think it's a Titanfall, because that would be sci-fi. It's not a Destiny, because that would be sci-fi. It's not Rage 2, it's not Rust. Ark? No, that would be sci-fi as well. Some in the middle COD don't have single-player campaigns. Well, this would be Call of Duty 6. I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it is Call of Duty 6. No. I don't know. We'll come back to that later. So I can shrink the... I can shrink these to be thinner so that we can have a resume game in there. That has that. That has that. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Always good to have a new Gidunt on the team. Wonder if I move this over to the side. And then I shift these up to be more center. And then maybe I move this into settings. So I move it into settings under display settings. That might actually work out better. Then move the apply and revert to be centered. Also, that revert button I might change to be like yellow. Or blue. Just because the red down in that... The red down in that area is going to be difficult to see for certain colorblind individuals. Where are we? Here we are. Change it to blue. Now you got green for apply, blue for revert. You're gonna be what, 960? Yeah. So that'll put them center. That'll put them nicely front and center too. And then get rid of language select. Language. I do need to figure out the other ones. I need to figure out what I'm putting in for Arabic and Brazilian Portuguese here. I think by default, we'll have English at the front by default. Oops. Where's our display? There they are. Also, title image. Y is going to be, what is it, 1080, 540 minus 270. It's just 270, isn't it? No. You're late, Mike. Oh no, 280 is how tall it is. So it's 540 minus 280. We're going to be looking at almost 300. No, 140 coming off. You can go all the way over to be about 200. These here, we can go 540 minus, what would that be? 250, 262. So we'll do that. Wait, it wasn't working when I first connected? Yeah, no, there was a bunch of issues with the overlay this morning. So, there was a few issues with the late redeem, unfortunately. Unfortunately. But we've got most of it fixed now. Alright, so now that we've got all that done, that's all reworked and changed about and such. Close those up. We have language. Wave, you already have a language, don't you? A locale. God damn it. I feel like locale we should be able to just set straight away. Because if I do that... Now we'll have them apply it. No, we won't. Locale will just happen straight away. Language change. Set selected, no signal. I know there's a list options. The options, which is an array, find, game settings, locale. Game state, game settings, locale. The issue with doing it this way... Actually, no, that'll be fine. That's fine. Language IDX. If language IDX is greater than or equal to 0, else we're just going to set it to English. Language change. Locale will be... What would it be? This is where we can use all of our language select logic. So we can take those. Now pop them under here. We don't need to worry about the button map. Ooh, actually, no. I want those under here. Settings loaded. It's coming from game settings. Is loaded. Get rid of all this. I can throw that onto game state. When this loads, go translation server, set locale to locale. Maybe just default locale to EN. If it gets changed, it gets changed. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that gets set there. Don't need to worry about these anymore. Set locale. I can take all this. I can throw it here. Get rid of that. State game settings, locale. Fine. We'll do it as locale. That make you happy? We do that. And we do this. Go. Locale map, which would be a dictionary of string to string. And this will go I'm not changing that at this point because that'll require me to change everything else. So, what we'll do, we'll just go English, Arabic will be Arabic. Deutsch. Brazilian. Portuguese. Do that. So in here, we can go locale map. Get. Language. Not selected index, is it? Yes, it is selected index. But surely I can do selected string. Get return options selected index. Well, actually, return this all. That would have to be variant. Can't be string because there's no. Well, actually, no. It will be string because it's an array of options. It's an array of string. So yours is going to be language selected. That sets the locale. Now that's obviously not going to be correct because locale is not this. So I now need a way to work that back. Locale needs to be set to the thing. It needs to be set to the thing. The thing. Oh god, what's it need to be set to? Because we have these values here. I need to backtrack that to this. So I could do a filter. As a find key. Finds and returns the first key whose associated value is equal to parent value. Oh shit. Look at that, Godot has that built in for us. Find key on a dictionary just automatically backtracks it. Ah, I love it. Very nice. Very, very nice. So I give it a value and it finds the first key that's associated with that value. Hell yes. Oh, that's too good. Too good, Godot. So apart from this, what we do now is we need to save it. I just want to double check and make sure we don't have a duplication of saving somewhere. Doesn't look like we do. Don't look like we do. Actually, it was quite funny yesterday when I got into the city for the concert. There was like this big protest to protest some person coming to Melbourne. It was like one of those Palestine-Israel protests going on. It was so interesting just watching people at that thing. So you had a bunch of people protesting on one side. I think they were protesting on the Palestine side. They had like a group of people that were just... I assume they were from Israel. And it's like people were like walking down a tram stop. And the people on like the Israel side just started yelling at them. And I was sitting there, I was like, why are they yelling at this person walking past? Like, they don't have a Palestine flag. They aren't dressed up in a way that would make you go, oh yeah, they're Palestine. They were just walking down a tram stop. The only thing was like, oh, what's up, operation? How you doing, you dunce? What's going on? What were you doing today? Run, run, run. We're fleeing the horrors from State of Play. I've seen some of that, and it's very, very, very sad. Ika, how you doing? How are you going? I was just telling everyone my observations of a protest that I didn't attend the process. I was heading to a concert and I was like, huh, there's a protest. So I just started observing it. It was funny. When people are in a mass group, they're idiots. She managed to get at least 3 lines of code done today. Damn, 3 lines. That's impressive. That is impressive. Whew. I don't know how you did it. Especially with Ika. I'm surprised Ika wasn't distracting you all the time. Some days are like that. They are. They are indeed. Yeah, what are you working on though? Tell us all about it. I'm working on Bobble Shop Sim. You can see the posted link wherever you have your chat window. Could have been, maybe. Ika was the only one that kept Ivy on track. Really? I find that hard to believe. I find that very hard to believe. Learning GD scripts, so I thought a simple quickie game about petting a VTuber would be a good start. Fair enough. Fair enough. Makes sense. Gotta start somewhere. Doesn't matter where you start as long as you start. Because otherwise you don't start. Yeah. As the game coming along, what are you making? I'm making Bobble Shop Simulator. We've got some updates that I'm doing at the moment. Mainly for the UI. And then once I've got the UI stuff done, I need to add something up here. Make new trailer. I keep forgetting to do that. By the way, you're being rude to me, but I suggested your channel to Ivy in the first place, and that's the thanks I get. And look how distracted I am now, Ika. Look how distracted I am. You have localization set up too? I have it set up for Arabic, German, and Brazilian Portuguese at the moment. I'm going to add Korean and Turkish at some point. If the game does well, we'll also add Japanese, we'll add Spanish, we'll add Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, that type of stuff. Simplified Chinese. But yeah, I want to get that stuff added in after, because I don't want to put like $5,000 into translations if the game's only gonna make $2,000. Yeah. So I figure, get the game out, get it with a few languages that are fairly large languages, and then use the money that comes in from it to pay for more localization. So, crowdsourced translations, what could go wrong? This is why I'm paying for a service. I can't guarantee crowdsourced translations are correct. Whereas if I pay a service and the translations come back bad, then I've got someone to hold accountable. I can't hold accountable a random name on the internet. Yeah. If you have the systems to add them easily, then that's the main thing. Yeah, exactly. It's all easy to add in. Like, responsible game deving, super responsible. But I'm just moving my localization stuff around at the moment. So I did have it on this thing, this language select thing. But we no longer need that anymore. We don't need that. Let's see what happens. What have I forgotten to do?
Well, well, well. Who do we got here? Nice moustache, sexy boy.
You know it. You know it. Went to a concert last night. Had a bunch of people that were looking at me. No, like, it's a nice mustache. Is this Godot editor? Your theme looks awesome. This is Godot. This is Godot. It's a very simple theme as well. It's just under theme. I've changed the base color, the accent color, and the contrast. That's it. Nothing else. Oh, that's right. Don't need any of that. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Menu 26. $27. So that's only used for language select. That's fine. Cool. Now it's very empty around here. So I think I need to change this background image to something else. We go into settings. See, I've got that there now. I need to put this into a scroll container. Make scene root. Hang on. Keep that there. This is no longer set correctly, which is not good. It needs to be like this. So center the size. Make scene root. This one here. Center. your size. Your position. You are going to expand. Now this is a display. This is display settings, which inherit. No, it doesn't. Sweet, sweet. Scroll container. And we can get rid of that. Then we can drop display settings onto you. Bringing the display settings onto you. Settings. Play. Now we got the scroll. I need to bump that up higher. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Follow focus. There we go. That... I am going to leave it selectable, but it's not going to do anything. Just so that it scrolls it into view. Maybe I put FPS above VSync. Maybe. Good night, Ika. Have a good one. This is gonna be interesting. What can the background image of the tablet be? I have an idea. I have an idea. Ooh, you're broken. Switch display in base packed scene, tablet 131. Interesting, no one's reported this yet. So display map. Because it's not displayed apps. Like, it's not displayed. Display map. It's spawned apps that we want to call that on. So we do that and we go switch display. There we go. Now that's probably still gonna break. Probably. Oh no. Ah, that's what I need. Yep. That's gonna need to be fixed. There we go. Better idea. Better idea. You get out. So turn the vehicle off. We're going to turn off the HUD in general, actually. Bam. Bam. Pictures. $25.63 to $14.40. It's got a little bit on the edge there. What I could do. We do that. Should we do we're gonna do. And this here. I need to get rid of that edge. Okay, there we go. So we've got rid of all that. We've got that all cleaned up. Now let's resize this. So now we're going to save this over the top. Of you. Well, actually, we need to open that first. So we open this one first. And then copy this, paste it here. I do this, and I invert, I go here, cut, paste, remove, hide. This up. Get rid of a bunch of the whites, like blank space. There, sort of thing. Do that. Cut that. Paste it there. Remove. Do we want that to be the background? I don't know. First person 2023 warfare shooter. It's not an armor. It's definitely not an armor. It's not a sci-fi, so it's not Atomic Heart. I still don't know what this game is. No. It's not Amnesia either, because it's not horror. Multiplayer only shooter. That's not Counter-Strike 2. Or Valorant. This is going to be some obscure game, I reckon. Or it's a popular game that I just can't for some reason think of. It's not Marvel Rivals. It is single player and co-op. Oh, sorry, it's multiplayer and co-op. A sim shooter indie tactical first person. It's not Vane, no. Oh my god. First person multiplayer co-op. Tactical action. Sorry, warfare action. Sim shooter indie. Oh, what's that? Is that low poly one? The robbery one? No, blood. Oh, what's it called? Oh, it's the one where it's like Minecraft blocky characters, but they've got those faces on them. Like the weird looking faces on them. Oh, what's it called? Oh my god, I've forgotten it. It's like kind of like a friend swap, but it's not. It's not Ready or Not. Oh my god, what's the game? No. I've forgotten the name of it. I've forgotten the name of it. Chapel, how you doing? What's the game about? I forget. It's just like a game where you and your mates go around causing chaos. No, it's a shooter. It's a shooter. It's got like Minecrafty type characters, but it's got like the weird human-y kind of faces on them. It's a weird game. It's a weird game. But yeah. As wasn't blood. Wasn't um no, I've forgotten it. I've forgotten it. Do we want this to be the new background of the tablet? Or Bob, do your thing. Get rid of goddamn customers. What do we want that? I'm gonna throw this out. Let's get some customers in there. And then maybe we get a photo from here. So which one, to Decimator? We'll say 0 and 1. 0 and 1. Because this is going to be the thing that replaces this here. Because I feel this is very empty at the moment. A Bobble Shop Simulator up there. Have like a version number up here. This one here. One with a bit of blur, so it's not so noisy. Yeah, exactly. I don't like it with that. I don't like that. What if in 10? What if it was just the back shelves? Good. I'm thinking, what if we change this to be... What if we get that one? Put it in the top left. Or put it on the right. The left. Sorry. And then we have these bobbles positioned around the tablet. No. Hmm. Because yeah, it just looks very empty if I leave it as this. It's very empty. Ow. Hmm. I don't like how empty it is, but I don't know what else to do. And then we need something over here. What can we add into that side? I don't like that. I don't like how they all go empty. Why does it go... What's happening there? So, what's happening? I don't know, like, if you look at it, when you go to German, to the right of that is Brazilian Portuguese. But when you click right, it seems to go all the way back to the start, go through Arabic, German, and then Brazilian Portuguese. I don't know why the buttons are... Like, that shouldn't have gone all the way to the start. You played Friday Night Funkin'? No, I've never even heard of that game. So those are behaving correctly. That's correct. That's not. That's correct. That's not. I think it's because... I think it's because the locale is changing in the middle of it. Hydrate and comb beard? Alright. So yeah, I think it's because the locale is actually changing. We do have the scroll tween. No, Sammy, the Stoat's not ready to join. I've still got some stuff I need to do to get it set up. I'm still in the setup phase of it. Once it's ready, I'm going to post in the Discord. But... There we go. Voila. Nice. So what I'm going to do here, because this creates a tween, this creates the tween after it sets the index, and it emits item selected. So what I'm going to do I'm gonna go. Language. Scroll tween. If that's not null, and language scroll tween is running, then we're going to go so a tween. Is there like a finished signal? There is. So there's a finished signal. Connect to change language. Else, change language. The fuck is it selecting English? It is weird. That says Deutsch. Does that mean Portuguese? English. So what? It's updating the locale. I think I know. I think I know what's happening. When the locale changes, all of the options are updating. And it's causing it to not scroll correctly because Godot's updating all of the labels. Perhaps select the language, then apply it, rather than apply it immediately. Still going to have the same issue. When it applies the locale, it's going to reset the selected language in the carousel. Now, I'm not going to have language change inside. Inside display. Check out main menu. Documents, projects, git status. TSCN. Git diff. Reload it. What up, Dung? The language button's not there because I haven't updated the scene. Yep. Yep, I haven't reset the scene. That's okay. Language select. That's assets. You're going to be green. You're going to do... You're just going to do language. It's not going to say what language it is. Just work up why capitalism. Are you talking about why capitalism as a economic thing? Or why capitalism as in... like on the game tag, or why is the text all capitals in there? Yeah. concept. The best thing we've got. The best thing we've got until we learn how to deal with human greed and eradicate human greed. Yep. And if I go Discord, Discord is 840. You, I'm gonna make 260. Let's see. Visibility changed on main menu 46. The fuck are you talking about? Of course. Actually, is that a... Yeah. There we are. There we are. Now I do, but now people aren't going to know. They're not going to be able to look at it and be like, oh, that's language selection, because it doesn't have the... So we do want to keep that. I want to make you... We're also going to set font size to 24. We'll leave it as that. We're going to leave it as that. We're going to move these two. To, I say, around 900. Alright, so we do that. Now we still need something to like, fill in the right side. I don't know. Okay. Why does UI stuff have to be so difficult? Why? Why? Do that. Why focus mode none? If continue disabled, focus none. So, starts, like, selects new game by default. Why is resume? I don't want you to be disabled. Also, LF save game visible. And then If continue not disabled, grab focus. Alright. Perfect. Perfect. So it starts at load game. You go into the load game. You press escape. Brings it up. It has resume selected by default. And it's got load game, save game, new game, settings, quit. Alright. I think I've already got resume added to the library. But what we can add in here is resume button up, connect to switch menu, bind, null. This will work. I guess we want that to be menu manager, hide tablet, omit. And then, because menu manager is paused. What the hell? Oh, toggle tablet. That's what we want done. That's what we want done. Now you hit it and it toggles it down. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now I need to make sure that under localization, under extras, we have a resume, which we do not. Do I have it say resume, resume game, or continue? I feel like resume game would be good. I feel that's going to be better. I do feel like moving language selection back up here. And then, instead of the pop-up for language selection popping up here, it pops up here. I like resume over continue. Resume or resume game? Resume game, load game, save game, new game. Resume game. Cool. Cool. We'll leave it as that. 1300. Let's do that. Okay. I like that. I like that. It gives you like a pop-up menu kind of thing. And it gives a reason for that space on the side to exist. So it's like, yes, there's a bunch of space on the side. But when you press that, that's why the space is there. Because it's for language selection. Big brain it. Alright. I'm leaving it as that. Okay. That has been added. Tonight we're going to start work on the new trailer. We need to work on the new trailer. We need to actually get that done. Actually, no. Yes, I'm going to do everything against main. I'll branch off of main and such. And then once I've got things put into main and main's working and I've tested main, then I can merge that into release. And that becomes our next release. So release is always a working branch. Main is a branch that has new changes in it. Demo is a separate branch where I do the changes that I want to do. It has all the changes that I want to do specifically for the demo. Yep. Main menu, rework. Perfect. Perfect. I've got a new build of the demo I'm going to put up that's got like a couple of little changes in it. And we'll start working on the trailer tonight. And tomorrow... we'll start working on the trailer tonight. And then... after this weekend, I will stop the current playtest. And we'll just call it there. So... because there's going to be no more changes going into the playtest if all the bugs are fixed. Which I believe they are at this point. That's what I think. Alright. Good day, you good dunce. Also, I'm going to run a competition at some point for our end-of-year mug artwork. Or our end-of-year winners artwork. So, keep an eye out for that. That may be the thing that I do to, as a Stoat community release. Be like, hey, we have a photo competition. You gotta join the Stoat to do it, though. kind of help do the whole migration. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Let's go say hi to Fira. All grind, no yap, apparently. Being very silent today. So, I will see you all in 5 hours' time when we start working on the trailer. Toodles, you gidunts.